The views, information, and opinions expressed during the following program are solely those of the individuals involved and do not necessarily represent the views of Access Communications, its representatives, or its employees.
Good morning, cheer fans. We are back, day 3, the final day of the 16th annual Warman Cheer Classic, live from Warman, Saskatchewan. We are inside the Warman Home Center Communiplex, where we've had already 2.5 great jam-packed days of cheerleading. I say 2.5, I'm already getting my math wrong. This is why I'm not a judge. I just get to hang out with the wonderful Holly Warniak and hang out with all the viewers who've tuned in. We have had more than 10,000 views of this AccessNow Sports live stream of the best cheerleading, in my opinion, some of the best cheerleading in Canada and possibly even the world, as there are teams headed to Worlds. I am Daniela Ponticelli again here with Holly Warniak. Let's get right to it. We are going to dive into day 3. What do we expect to see today?
So we're going to see a lot of routines that we saw yesterday, but they're getting their second crack at it. Their scores are kind of average between 30% and 70% on the second day, so you want to really hit on that second day, which I think some of those teams are going to be looking to clean up, finesse, do all that, so we should see some great routines today.
I'm so excited to revisit these routines. There were so many. We took notes yesterday, but in a way you're also getting to see them with fresh eyes. It is something to be able to do your routine at a different hour. You know, maybe you have a bit more energy, maybe you are a bit more dialed in. That day 2 is a very long day for so many clubs, so many teams. Everyone's energy though was so high throughout the entire day. It was so splendid to see. We also want to thank everyone for tuning into this live stream. We had, of course, viewers from Canada, some from the US, even Mexico joining us. We love that. Thank you so much. You can always leave a comment to let us know where you are watching from. And between all the provinces, the western provinces and Ontario and Canada, more than 2,000 hours of this live stream have been watched. It's incredible, so thank you all. But back to what's at stake today. Of course, lots on the line, not only a first place, but teams as well still looking for some partial paid bids to Worlds, Holly.
Yeah, there's 2 partial paid bids available here, so there are a couple of Worlds teams going towards trying to get some money in their pocket. It's a very expensive trip. There's a couple at-large bids, and I know there's a few teams here that haven't received a bid at all, so being able to go, you have to punch your ticket, essentially. So we're looking to see a lot of great routines out of those teams who are trying to get those bids today.
Well, we are already getting set right now. Let's head to the main stage here in Warman, Saskatchewan for the Gritters Cheerleading Lady G's out of Yorkton, U18 Level 3. Gritters Cheerleading has been bringing it all weekend long. They've had numerous teams competing here at the Warman Cheer Classic. Again, this is their Lady G's U18 Level 3 team.
Let's go!
open Sunday here at Warman Cheer Classic. Gritters cheerleading, Lady G's taking the stage.
It can be so hard to be the first team out, but I believe they just made an absolute statement of, I know you guys are all kind of still rubbing your eyes, getting up, but here, we're going to show you some great cheerleading.
It was wonderful. I really enjoyed, as always, the performance quality from this team. Very clean routine.
I was going to say, sorry, I love their tumbling. There's a thing like level 5, level 6, you start to see some of those twists coming, but I could watch level 3 tumbling all day when it's as beautiful as Gritters was.
And those basket tosses, great height on them. Nice placement of the formations on the mat so that it's all in the spotlight for the judges to see. Really great second run through of that routine. Rebels cheerleading from Regina up next, Force. U18 level 4 team. You'll certainly get the theme of their name throughout this routine in the music as well. The crowd reaction says it all. What an amazing, stellar performance from Rebels Cheerleading Force. It's the second team out today and already bringing that fire, my goodness.
Yeah, no, there was a lot good in this routine, and they do a really good job in that level 4 of attaching a lot of those skills back to back, which is going to see their difficulty on their scorecard just go up and up. So moving right into that extended lib and a heel stretch, and all of these connected skills here.
Woo. And what I love about the pacing of this routine is you know that they've squeezed out every second and made the most of every opportunity, but it didn't feel overdone, right? There's that fine balance with routines like that.
Definitely. That's a good sign of a team that is like well-rounded in the level that they've been put into, is that the coaches can just go crazy and just put every little bit in there.
They didn't feel rushed. They felt perfectly timed. Lot to feel good about after that routine and that finish. My goodness. Prairie Fire cheerleading up next. Code Red UA Team Level 3. They wowed both Holly and I yesterday. Looking forward to seeing their second run through. More, please. I want more, please. Prairie Fire cheerleading, Code Red. Again, I'm getting the chills. And all these teams, all three teams we've already seen this morning have just been on fire. This is Prairie Fire, and again, it's the height, it's the precision, Holly.
Yeah, no, watching them go through that routine and just do an absolutely phenomenal job just goes to show you they deserve that summit bid that they have been awarded.
And it's these moments here, right? You're pulling the bow and arrow, but you're fully committed. You're selling every single part of that, and they're tumbling. Just so precise. Again, timing. That moment I love too. You're creating a totally different visual going from a straddle sit up, delivering on the variety beautiful twist downs. And there was a moment where one of the supporting stunts kind of wobbled a bit, but again, it's that commitment to not faltering, to not letting that stunt go down and saving it all, right? So as Holly mentioned earlier before the day, today's second times through will be worth 70% of the overall score, and then 30% from yesterday will be added to that. So if you had a great knock it out of the park run through yesterday, fantastic. Just need to do it again today. Infinity Athletics out of Moose Jaw, their Shooting Stars U16 level 4 team. Again, it's so clean, and I do believe this is an improvement from what we saw yesterday, although, again, that first performance was also a nice, clean effort as well.
Yeah, the thing I love about this team, and I think I said it yesterday, is their percentage of athletes doing those level 4 tumbling skills, because that is a part of your scorecard. If you only have 1 or 2 people, you're not going to score as high, and they had a lot of their athletes being able to accomplish those level 4 skills.
I also want to give kudos to the flyers, of course, bracing, supporting the middle flyer in that pyramid. I saw the control, the body control in the brace. That was fantastic. That is what judges are looking for too. And just some really great moments. Good height, beautiful twist down. That little flyer was selling it the whole time.
Yeah, they had a great variety of level 4 skills and just so sturdy underneath those flyers. And that's what you want to see. You don't want to see a lot of wobbling and moving around, and they did that really well.
Yeah, solid basing all around from Infinity Athletics. Up next from Fort McMurray, Alberta, it's Northern Cheerleading All-Stars. It's their Ice Queens team, U18 level 3. Moving right along here, Sunday, day 3 of the Warman Cheer Classic. If you're just joining us, good morning. The Northern Cheerleading All-Stars Ice Queens. Leaving the stage from Fort McMurray. Really strong start, my goodness. The tumbling was on point. I really loved the control and the precision from the start. It felt like a little bit of those day one nerves had been kind of brushed off a little bit. This was a nice moment too.
They had a lot of great different transitions because you want to see a lot of these different body positions. So we got to see some scales, we got to see some arabesques, some heel stretches. That'll increase their difficulty.
Something happened here where one of the athletes certainly didn't feel comfortable. Something physically might have been a bit off, but otherwise everyone else stayed with it as best they could. And I mean, unfortunately, that's how things go in cheerleading. So we do wish them all the best. And we also want to thank the Ice Queens for their great routines yesterday, today. I mean, showing up here, being present, and being a part of the Warman Cheer Classic. I mean, you're kind of part of history. This is really neat. It is the biggest version of the biggest competition in Saskatchewan. Holly talked about it day one, kind of talked about it yesterday, but you really were here when this was a way smaller event. It was still a big deal, of course, but much smaller.
It was a lot smaller. It was kind of at the old high school here in Warman. Couldn't fit nearly as many people as we are going to be able to see in here kind of throughout the day, but it was a great event then, and it just year over year, so much fun to watch it get bigger and bigger.
So we're just going to take the briefest breaks now to, again, show off our wonderful sponsors for this full weekend, wherever you're joining us from. Please stay with us. We'll be back with more from day 3 of the Warman Cheer Classic. Boss Athletics out of Regina, it's Bombshells, their open level 4.2 team. That means level 2 tumbling, level 4 stunting. I'd like to start every day with a cup of coffee and a side of Boss Athletics and their amazing precision, attitude, world-class routines like this. Enjoyed every moment, Holly. Again, it's what we've come to expect, but the timing is impeccable. And even these motions, right? Making sure everyone's moving the same direction, the same distance, all at the same time. Oh!
That's the thing, is the level 4 skills that they're throwing in there are executed so well, and that's what you want to see. You don't want to kind of see really great level 2 tumbling in a 4.2, but maybe struggling in the stunts, and they're just such a well-rounded 4.2 team.
Absolute joy to watch. Boss Athletics out of Regina now. Explosion Cheer Academy from Lloydminster. Annihilation, this is their open level 3 team. Explosion Cheer Academy out of Lloyd Mincer, Annihilation.
I do think that was a much better run than yesterday. They had a really great run yesterday, but those kind of few things that maybe didn't hit yesterday definitely went today.
And that's exactly, again, we've talked about it, what you want out of that second day routine. Now, remember, too, that 70% of today's score will go towards their total, and then 30% from yesterday. Love that moment, too. And now it's just all about building confidence. Now that this Annihilation team has competed here, they can take this home with them and review it all. It's just adding that little level of finesse when it comes to knowing exactly where you need to be. Those bracing flyers are strong. They just need to own that moment. But I love that moment too, Holly. We're moving on to the next routine quickly here, staying on time today here in Warman. Prairie Fire cheerleading Hot Shots. This is their open level 4.2. Prairie Fire cheerleading out of Saskatoon, Hot Shots. Open age, 4.2. And of course, jam-packed with stunts. Beautiful scales. Good save on that dismount there, despite it coming down a bit early. And then the jumps. Prairie Fire is so crisp with those.
Yeah, they've always had really great jumps.
Holly, I'd love for you to break down a little bit, like the pyramid that we're going to see a snapshot of in a bit. The entire team is jam-packed in that tiny little space. Just how difficult is that when you talk about, okay, stunting's hard enough, and now you're doing it all packed together?
Yeah, there is not a whole lot of room for everybody in there, but you gotta kind of squish together and make it work. A lot of bodies will bump back and forth
Yes.
as things kind of hit, and you just have to make it work at the end of the day. And I think they had a really awesome pyramid. There was a lot of really cool different transitions in there, and I liked it a lot.
Even just the level change that I enjoyed of the front stumping a little bit lower, and of course they're in sort of like a quad circle type motion. It was really interesting, right? Visually interesting. That's what we're looking for. Up next, Premier Academy Bonnyville Intensity U16 Level 3. We're getting all of the level 3s, 4s this morning. We're here for it. They hit that routine so hard.
You can tell they're really proud of themselves.
And they should be. Wow. It started from this moment, everything, and it just that intensity never dropped, Holly.
Yeah, there was a lot of really interesting things. I think a lot of level 3 teams don't get enough credit for some of their transitions. Their release moves here have to land at prep level, which as a base, you should have your eyes on your flyer. So being able to release and catch a foot and not know where it's going to be, it takes a lot of just trust that your flyer is going to do exactly what she needs to, and they nailed it.
Their transitions really were, this is why I love getting to see the routines again, because it gave me such an appreciation. This moment here, so into a chair sit, and then just like that, not a chair, a shoulder sit. And then this moment, wow.
Trampoline moment.
And again, their first run through yesterday was really clean, but this one just took it to that extra level that Holly and I could really appreciate those moments even more. Central cheer, Pretty Kitties, U6 level 1. remember that ending from yesterday. It was so sweet. Those are the Central Cheer Pretty Kitties out of Winnipeg. They're U6 Level 1 team, Holly.
Just as cute as day one, I'll tell you that much.
Maybe even cuter, some say. Again, this is what I appreciate. It's the basics. It's the fact that those handstands are just beautiful. Little kick handstands, those cartwheels as well, pointed toes, and then moments like that, right?
They did a really good job for kind of the size of the team that they had too. Like their pyramid towards the end is so creative for that size of a team, and at level 1, right here, absolutely adorable.
There you go. And they're learning all the fundamentals, right? They're learning about giving facials, giving that expression, an expressive personality. It's absolutely wonderful. So up next will be Prairie Fire Cheerleading, and then Alberta Cheer Empire, and then Central Cheer yet again. But we are already moving on. There's very few breaks today. This day is going to be clipping it along at a good pace here. So Prairie Fire Cheerleading out of Saskatoon. It's their Wildfire U16 Level 3 team. I shouldn't be surprised. We saw them yesterday, but I'm always just wowed at just the size and scale of these teams. Prairie Fire Cheerleading Wildfire. Again, U6 Level 3, we're seeing the dynamic components, energy you need for this level, Holly.
Yeah, no, I love that routine yesterday, and I loved it even more today. There were so many, again, transitions that we missed on day one. That's the great thing about a day
like
two.
Like that one right there. I didn't even get a good look at that until today.
Yeah, you get to see all those things that you missed, and there were so many fun transitions in and out of stunts. Really well executed.
These scorpions, my goodness, the heel stretches.
The flexibility on some of these wires is just unreal.
I also appreciated that when the entire team was doing the jumps, again, hitting that same height, that is always such an impressive visual.
Loved that. That was fun.
And again, when you're going to do stunts like that and attempt those motions, you have to make them as clean as we're seeing from this group here. Otherwise, it just kind of gets lost in the weeds a little bit, and it can look sloppy or can look a bit messy, right? It's all the polish and all of that. Alberta Cheer Empire from Edmonton, they are going to take the stage now. Regal, their U8A team, level 1. So the letter A, B, or C just refers to the size of the grouping. We saw some fantastic under-8 teams yesterday, including Regal. I'm smiling about as big as that smile that we just saw. It is so much fun to watch Alberta Cheer Empire Regal. They delivered yesterday, and were they better today? Yes, I'm going to go that far and say it, because they were already had such a strong foundation yesterday.
They had so many things that you'll see kind of in the higher levels that they've kind of made level appropriate. They had some switch ups in their partner stance. They had some fun transitions that you'll see. So right here,
yes,
in the higher levels, you'll see those kind of released. But it's so fun to see the way that they can kind of get that in there. And the heel stretches at a team that age, also fantastic.
Yeah, almost like mimicking, right? What's to come, but doing it, as Holly said, level appropriate. Again, very clean routine, which is what we now know is sort of the foundation for all of Empire's teams. It's what you're striving for in cheerleading, of course, but to have it that consistently at the U8 level as well. So we are going to take the briefest of breaks. Again, if you're just joining us, day 3 from the Warman Cheer Classic. We'll be right back here on Access Now Sports. Central Cheer from Winnipeg. It's their Glitter Kitties team, under 8, size A, level 1. The Central Cheer Glitter Kitties. Oh, so fun. So fun. And I love that. The hugs at the end, they know they nailed that routine, Holly.
Yeah, this is a very elite level 1 team. They had a lot of stuff that, for that age, at that level, very tricky.
And again, Central Cheer, they just exude happiness. We're seeing it on the faces of these cheerleaders. They're definitely giving high-level cheerleading energy. And that moment there, waving to the crowd, making sure that you're selling every single stunt as soon as you hit. Love that moment. Pointing to the crowd, flexing those arms.
I love the pyramid had so many different variations, like shoulder stands, as well as libs. Great use of the size of that team as well.
And again, we're seeing such an array today as we have really all weekend long. It started with a lot of dance, pom on Friday, a little bit of school cheer, and then that transitioned into what we saw yesterday and what we're seeing again today. Just all-star cheerleading from the itty-bitties, under 6s will be coming up too, and then of course all the way into open categories, level 7 and the works. So much in store today. Actually, I take it back. I don't think we will see an under 6 team, although some of the cheerleaders in the under 8 teams might be in that age category. This is Rebels cheerleading out of Regina Showdown, U16 level 3. That says it all right there. Collapsing into one another, knowing that was as near to perfection as you can get this routine. Holly.
I love the fact that on this team they have a single base lib in the back like that. That is so hard to do, and at this age being able to do that already, I have nothing but also good things to say about this routine. I loved it yesterday, and if it's possible to love it more today, I do.
It is possible. First chills of the day for me, through and through, and it's, again, the precision, the execution. You can tell that they looked back at their routine yesterday and knew exactly where to make those tweaks and improvements for this today. These scales are perfection. This moment,
just an absolute elite level 3 routine and so much fun to watch.
yeah, a little human trampoline moment there. These TikToks, super fun. Mirrored as well.
The thing about that too is that each individual piece of a pyramid should be stable on its own. It should be able to, if something didn't go or someone on the side of you doesn't go, they should be stable. And that's what we saw on that team too. And that's what you should be aiming for in a pyramid. You shouldn't be relying on the person next to you to keep you in the air. You should be solid. And we're just
one of the difficulties as a brace flyer is you sometimes feel the need to anticipate what's happening. You don't see that with these levels, right? You don't see that with the experience that comes from being confident in yourself and in your team. So fantastic work from Showdown. This right now, Gritters cheerleading out of Yorkton Spiral. Their U8A team, level 1. Gritters cheerleading Spiral. Their U8 team. Oh, they feel so good about that, as they should. Again, some really great snapshot moments. Those walkovers so well timed.
I love this little moment here.
I remember you and I were quite impressed yesterday, as we are today, with that creativity, right? Just elevating some of the basics that we expect from level 1. And then when you time everything well, it just looks so impressive. This was also a sweet moment. Lots of trust, great strength on this young team too.
Great use of the size of the team, like just the level of the flyers that they had all in the air at once. And then as well, just the pyramids, being able to use everyone to the full potential. I love that.
Again, maximizing, right? Making the most of it. Boss Athletics out of Regina. This is Vogue, their U16 Level 3 team. Boss Athletics Vogue.
Another absolute masterclass.
Yes.
Level 3.
Do you ever have that moment, Holly, where you're like, I'm just sitting here having a coffee and I'm just jaw on the floor? That's what it's been like since we've started this morning with the Gritters chealing all the way now to Boss Athletics. Oh,
Beautiful height on those basket tosses. And just this timing.
I know. And we're not even doing the tumbling full justice. The skill, the technique, we see it all. We appreciate it.
Right there, that transition, spinning right back into load in just to go right up to a heel stretch.
And I always love how teams are sneaking in different places for inversions, using them creatively, of course, in their transitions. And then you take something like a leapfrog and you're just like, let's do it laterally. Let's do something, make it look a little different. And there's the big picture snap there at the end. So Alberta Cheer Empire is next, their prestige group. And I can hear, I hear the music lowering right now, so we're going to head right there. U8B Level 1. I did want to make a quick programming note. At the end of this session, we're going to see once again Northern Cheerleading All-Stars Ice Queens. Their U18 Level 3 team will perform. That'll be shortly after noon. Alberta Cheer Empire. Prestige, their U8 B team, level 1. They're out of Edmonton, of course.
Another absolutely well-executed routine from them. They did really well yesterday, and it's just so fun to watch these level 1 teams just absolutely crush clean routines.
I'll never get tired of seeing the young cheerleaders just with the best facials, right? They're learning from such a young age that that's part of it, right? The showmanship of cheerleading, what it takes to hold that throughout an entire routine. That's phenomenal. Look at that, a full extension.
And look at this heel stretch. Oh. Pointed toe and everything. I love it.
Solid bracing, of course. You need that if you're going to any type of extension at this level. The coaches, I'm impressed with all the coaches always. Again, Holly and I kind of talk about it, but to know exactly how to make the most out of every single level, the team you have, that's what it's all about. It's an incredible science behind coaching cheerleading and coaching them well, which is what we're seeing here today. Infinity Athletics out of Moose Jaw, Saskatchewan. They're Supernova's U12 level 3 team taking the floor now. Infinity Athletics, Supernovas. I remember having just as much fun watching this routine yesterday as I did today. And as expected, I really believe that they've stepped up, delivered an even more polished routine.
Yeah, no, there was a couple of things that I remember kind of bobbling yesterday that they really pulled together today.
Just adding that difficulty, beautiful twists. I was really impressed with the height of the basket tosses, and you know that they're making the most of those tosses because their flyers are going straight up in the air. We'll likely see a replay of that in a moment, but the tumbling as well, really strong.
Yeah, this club overall has really great jumps and tumbling, and I love this moment there. Think about having to flip someone all by yourself while they're holding a heel stretch and can't help you in any way. It's very impressive.
It just adds that little bit extra before getting into the next stunts. Up next, by the way, Rebels Cheerleading Athletics. Mini Mafia, their U8B team, level 1, and in fact they're going to take the floor right now. They are from Regina, Saskatchewan, of course, along with all of the Rebels cheerleading teams. And I didn't make too many notes yesterday because I remember being so wowed by these performances, but I did make a note about Mini Mafia having such great variety in their routine, so I'm looking forward to seeing that again. Rebels Cheerleading Athletics Mini Mafia out of Regina, Saskatchewan, their U8B team, level 1. So impressive.
Yeah, you had said they had a lot of variety. That was what you had written down. And at level 1, there's certain heights. You can hold your flyer whether there's one person or two people under them. So right here, this is a great use of just a different way to have a single-based stunt that you're not going to see in every single level 1 routine.
All about being creative and where to face those bases. Again, I always appreciate being able to see the base nice and clearly. It gives another chance to perform and show that showmanship, which we're seeing displayed there. I just can feel the confidence from this young team. Every single cheerleader, from the flyers, the bases, thirds, everyone in between.
Yeah, no, they definitely have great showmanship there at Rebels, and you can see it all the way from their littles all the way up to their Worlds teams.
So exciting, and we have a lot of cheerleading in store. We're going all the way to 5 p.m. Central, wherever you're joining us from. Right now, we are moving right along on time. It's about 11:20 local time, which means Alberta Cheer Empire from Edmonton taking the stage as their relentless, open, non-tumbling team, level 3.0. team. Getting to fill that routine with great level 3 stunting. It starts nice and early here.
Yeah, they had a really good variety of those level 3 skills. And that's the fun part of being a non-tumbling team, is you get to spend a lot more time on those transitions.
I love how they just simply had those stunts on a nice diagonal, created a very different looking visual than we've seen from some other teams. Really confident flyers.
I loved this little transition. It's not something you see very often. You'll see sometimes the flyers switch groups like that, but adding that little twist in there, those are the things. Those are the details you got to look at.
And this moment too, again, when you can invert at that difficulty and make it look easy, right? Alberta Cheer Empire out of Edmonton. So I mentioned we are running nice and on time here at Warman Cheer Classic. Again, a quick little programming note. We're going to see once again Northern Cheerleading All-Stars out of Fort McMurray, their Ice Queens team. There was a bit of an issue in the first routine, so they're going to get a chance to redo it. Nothing will count from that run through today. They still, of course, have their first time that they completed the routine yesterday, so they'll get a chance to do that. That'll be right before the awards session is supposed to start, which is around, I would say, probably about 12:06.
Yeah, in and around
Central Time. Yeah, in and around then. So tune in if you're a fan and you want to catch them, get that second shot, that second redo of today. Prairie Fire Cheerleading now taking the stage. Firecrackers out of Saskatoon, U8B Level 1. A little bit of a spark to your Sunday morning. The Firecrackers from Prairie Fire Cheerleading. Again, another U8 team that just continues to impress me. Age has got nothing to do with experience when it comes to cheerleading. A lot of these athletes likely started more than a couple of years ago, may have just started, but overall, you're already seeing a great understanding of the fundamentals.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see that they've got that great foundation of body awareness, kind of learning the techniques, learning the different positions that you need to do, whether you're a base or a flyer. And it really pays off on competition day like it did for these guys.
And a great number of tumblers on this team too. So much fun. I had a blast watching Prairie Fire cheerleading. We are moving right along here, Holly. In fact, I just a quick glance, probably have about 10 or fewer to go before the first awards session of the day. So that will take care of basically the teams that were in this block, right? They're going to be the ones that are going to be able to take the stage and take a look and get their awards so that they can shuffle along. And then after that, in the next session, it's a lot of under 12 teams, levels 2 and 1. They basically just alternate the whole way through because the judges, of course, switch for the levels as well. So it's going to be a great session coming up, but still so much more to see here. Airborne Athletics out of Weyburn, Saskatchewan. This is dubbed their open, non-tumbling team, level 3.0. Airborne Athletics doves taking the stage. And I remember this routine as well. Day one, every routine has its moment, and this one, I gotta say, more polished, put together this morning, and that's great to see.
Yeah, they do a really good job having just the two stunt groups. Kind of, you gotta get creative when it comes to pyramids and kind of different formations and stuff like that, and I think they did a really good job.
Making the most of it, of course, those groupings here. Another moment where, okay, we're going to give it a different formation, try to add some of that variety. Some braced elements here, allowing them to hit some level 3 skills. Again, this was a non-tumbling routine, so slightly shorter time for the routine. I will get my words together. Honestly, my jaw has been on the floor so much this morning that maybe that's why it is. Maybe it is a little bit of day 3 settling into it. I can't believe we're here already. I mean, that's what happens with cheer competitions, right? You look at the weekend ahead and you go, it's a lot of cheerleading that we're going to see. There's a lot of dance, a lot of pom. And even today, more than 80 routines we are going to see. In fact, about 85 at my count here. So jam-packed day. Yesterday we saw more than 150 routines. The day before was just shy of 80. The biggest Warman Cheer Classic ever. We also want to give a big thank you to the fantastic AccessNow sports crew. We'll get to them in just a moment, but first, Infinity Athletics out of Moose Jaw, Saskatchewan. Comets, their U8B team, level 1, now taking the main stage. Infinity Athletics. Comets. Oh, so much fun to watch. Couldn't stop dancing along. It was just a great time, and that's not to take away from how precise and clean this routine was.
This, again, another very elite level 1 routine. They had a lot of really difficult skills, especially for this age group. But you would think these girls have been doing it for years and years and years. Maybe some of them have, but it is still a young category to be this good at level 1.
And Holly, that really speaks to, you know, sometimes the difficulty coaches have. By the way, love that moment. Loved it yesterday, loved it today. But coaches really have to consider, okay, maybe my flyer can hit level 3 stunts, but it's not always consistent. It's not always, you know, as strong as it should be. It's a little bit off. You know, maybe it is worth dropping down. I put that in air quotes, dropping down, because level 2 doesn't mean it's easy, right? You still have to hit those stunts, but if you can really perfect that, it does pay off in the long run. I remember being a coach, and of course, cheerleaders just want to be at the highest level that they can possibly be, not understanding that there is that fundamental growth that needs to happen. So it's so great to see the just solid level 1s, level 2s, level 3s, right? It's that confidence building that's happening. Toxic Elite cheerleading out of Medicine Hat. Their Toxic team, the namesake here, open non-tumbling level 3.0. Toxic Elite cheerleading. Wow, really clean routine today. They've got to feel good about that.
Yeah, they had a lot of really fun level 3 skills in here. And I just love that they have such a large team and that many flyers in the air, because that's important. You will get scored on your percentage of how many people you have doing the skills that you're doing. So it is important you get everybody doing all of the same things.
I love that moment. Again, taking something like a straddle sit and just giving it a bit of a different life, right? Making it a big element that adds to your pyramids. Oh, nice height on that basket toss.
They've got a lot of great dancers on this team too.
They do.
They really sold it in that dance there.
Yeah, it was fantastic. Great work from Toxic Elite Cheerleading. We are now winding down the first session of the day. I'm just going to do a quick count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 technically still left to go. Warman Ultimate Cheerleading Rubies is next, and Rebels Cheerleading Notorious, and Deep Blue Athletics Sea Stars. We are rolling along right on time here at the Warman Cheer Classic. Again, if you're just joining us today, we are local time at about 11:40 a.m. I'm mentioning that because there was a time change last night, just not in Saskatchewan. We are, I believe, one of the lucky ones. We don't have to deal with the time change here, but that does change things for when you're tuning in. So if you're just joining us, we're still in the first session of the day. It's about 11:40 local time, which means Warman Ultimate Cheerleading, the hometown club Rubies, their U8C team level 1, hitting the big stage. Warman Ultimate Cheerleading Rubies, waving to the hometown crowd as they head out. Wonderful tumbling, get things going here.
A lot of really great facials from the Flyers. You could see that confidence that the coaches have built into the Flyers to be able to go up there and sell it to the crowd and to the judges that are all the way at the back of the stage here.
Really nice pike jumps as well. Again, that is a difficult jump. It's both feet off the ground at the same time in the same direction. Adds a little bit of a different element.
231 MAH. 231 MAH. Black Volkswagen.
And again, just nice precision. What you want to see day 2 when you get another shot at running that routine. And we haven't even touched on it, but the other camera that you see there, if you're just joining us, that's giving a little bit of a behind-the-scenes sneak peek at the team as they are now reviewing the routine they just saw. So in the box now to the left is the replay that they are able to watch behind the scenes. I see those kids are just putting back some sugar. Of course, that's been on hand back there for everyone when they're done their routine. Just coming down from the adrenaline rush that is being on the big stage. We're going to move right along here. Rebels Cheerleading out of Regina, Saskatchewan. This is their notorious team, U12 Level 2. Let's take a look. This is our first U12 Level 2 team. You'll see plenty more throughout this session and the next. Yes, yes, yes. Rebels cheerleading notorious. When you have a name like that, Rebels notorious, you have to just embody that spirit, and that is what I got from the very moment that music hit.
Right there, that dual bass half up. Impressive. You have to remember that these kids are in an under 12 category.
I never remember that, Holly. I'm so glad you remind me because I'm just blown away. Again, experience does not necessarily mean age, right? Like, we're seeing such great young cheerleaders in this province. Big credit to all the programs developing that talent. We see it from Rebels here. Love that moment. When you've got the hair, use it. And I see you in the back there. There's some cheerleaders in the back with just the most incredible facials. We see that. We appreciate the judges do too. Of course, they get scored on all of that, the showmanship of the entire routine. We are moving on to Deep Blue Athletics from Spruce Grove, Alberta. They have a number of really solid teams competing here at Warman Cheer Classic. This is their C Stars team. It's U8C, so a slightly larger grouping of U8 cheerleaders, level 1. Deep Blue Athletics C-Stars. That was so much fun. I was hooked from the get-go. I couldn't take my eyes off that routine, Holly.
Yeah, we've seen from their club consistency in the level of coaching. And I mean, as a former coach yourself, I'm sure you can appreciate how difficult it can be doing something that seems, in a performance, so simple. Timing.
Timing, timing, timing. Even bringing that flyer down to floor level in a split. There was so much control from this group. Again, under 8, showing so much composure, maturity in their cheerleading.
A great routine, and I love the facials of the flyers. Just that confidence from them at that age is just so wicked to see.
Ooh, it makes me so excited for, this is the 16th annual Warman Cheer Classic. Just imagine what your 20 is going to be like. You're 25. it's only getting bigger and better and even more technical and just precise every single routine that we're seeing. It's so great. Up next, Northern Cheerleading All-Stars Avalanche. So we are going to see one more from Northern Cheerleading in this session. Their Ice Queens team will take the stage once again just before the award session, but this is their Avalanche U12 Level 2. Northern Cheerleading All-Stars out of Fort McMurray, Avalanche, U12 Level 2. Started off really strong, great tumbling passes, well-timed. And those stunts in the back, we see you. Great execution. Again, jump sequences have been phenomenal all competition long. I love that moment, moving the stunt backwards. Of course, adding a degree of difficulty when you move a stunt physically like that.
Yeah, no, they put out consistently really fun routines to watch.
A little bit of wobbling on the pyramid, that's all right. That is a point to build on. Again, Holly mentioned it actually earlier with another routine. It's so important to feel solid in each stunt group. Obviously, there's going to be stunts at that level that you cannot do without a brace unassisted. So don't do that. I'm just saying, get the group feeling solid. You want to make sure that they're good in the thigh stand, good at prep level, and then you can just build on that. There were just some moments where that confidence, it'll come, right? And that's exciting. We love what we've been seeing from Northern Cheerleading. That was their great Avalanche team. So there's going to be 3 more in the session that's on the list, and then a 4th. We'll talk about that in a second, but Premier Academy from Fort McMurray, Alberta is taking the stage now. Equinox, their U8C team, Level 1. Premier Academy Fort McMurray Equinox. I already have a note right up the get-go, Holly, about, first of all, I love this. If you're going to open with tumbling, you need to give it your all, make it strong, hit hard. But there's this great little sequence they do after the jump section where they actually kind of crawl on their hands and knees as support bases. We'll see it in a moment. And I just thought much better on that. They were able to regroup from yesterday, keep everything in sync and well-timed.
It's
Great
crazy.
confidence.
It's crazy to think, like, this age category, 5 to 8-year-olds.
I know.
I was nowhere near that coordinated at that age.
Coordinated, confident, we've used that word a lot, but you're seeing that, right? It's completely part of the DNA right now of these young cheerleaders. Oh, love it. So yeah, you weren't able to get that on the replay, but there is that moment where they're crawling, and again, it just shows the intricacies of doing something like that and having a flyer on top of your back, because yesterday the flyer was sort of getting pulled back, but today everything was so nicely lined up, so we see that really well done. Gritters cheerleading is up next from Yorkton Spike. Their U12 Level 2 team taking the floor. Gritters cheerleading Spike. Yes, that's how you know it was a great routine, and you know it was a great routine. Oh, I always love to see that moment.
Again, I'm just consistently impressed with them. They had a lot of really good level 2 things. Like in level 2, you can do what's called a straight jump right into a back handspring.
Okay.
That's the only thing that you're allowed to attach as far as tumbling out of a jump, and the percentage of athletes that they had do that, that's what you want to see.
I think it's
So
this
right
moment here. Yes.
There you go. That's what you want to see. Is you want to see all of those athletes getting that.
You know what went through my mind, Holly, as I said, that is the most exciting T-jump I've seen. It made me feel something. And again, just because if you do maybe a simpler style jump does not mean that it can't look very impressive.
And it's just keeping everything at level. but making it fun, adding like those little layers of intricacy you can.
Oh, so fun. All right, so up next, Boss Athletics Craze, their U8C team level 1. Now, this was initially the final routine of this session before the awards. There will be one more, so stay with us. But Boss Athletics Craze, we are running right on time here in Warman as they get set up to get going. Their U8C, C referring to the size of this group. And they are ready to go. Boss Athletics Craze, bringing the energy here. This was so fun. I mean, when you're going to start with a jump sequence, Holly, it has got to be mwah, and that totally was.
Yeah, no, they had great timing on the jumps. And again, with a team that size, really tricky. They were just so clean throughout. And I think that's why you can see those coaches out in front just freaking out. Just because they know their kids have nailed it.
And again, I love how they already get, you know, okay, we've got these big high ponytails. We're going to shake it off, show it off. I mean, that's what it's about if you've got it. I remember my cheerleading days were full with the tight, tight, tight spiral curls. That was the vibe at that time. And then as I was leaving, that's when the straight hair thing became more popular and more common to see. So we do have one more team that is going to take the stage for this session. And this is important to note here. Northern Cheerleading All-Stars out of Fort McMurray, their Ice Queens U18 Level 3 team, gets a chance to do their second routine. It's not really their second routine. Their routine that's supposed to be for the second time, they're going to do it again. Their first time going through, and by the way, they went through the entire routine the first time. They've already done this. This is a chance to just do better. We'll explain in a moment, but here they are. Cheerleading All-Stars Ice Queens. Holly, I got chills watching that because you know what? To have the adversity that they went through to get this redo, we'll explain in a moment, but let's just talk about the highlights.
Yeah, no, there was a lot better in this routine. You can see just having to make those tweaks to be able to come back out later didn't really shake them, and that's what you want to see.
I would say this was their best of the competition. Yesterday it was a little bit off, maybe it was some nerves, but the confidence that this team came out, I think it was just, hey, we get this amazing chance to do it again, and we're going to do our absolute best. And this flyer was giving me everything. Don't think I didn't notice that she was also out there tumbling. This was a great moment too. Beautiful flexibility and control. Yes, that's what we love to see. And this was a stunt again. They were a little bit difficult with that, or had a little bit of difficulty with that yesterday, and they were able to come through. So what happened was in that first time that they had a chance to do it today, which would have been their last time to do that routine, there was a bit of an injury that happened to one of the cheerleaders. She's doing well from what I understand. It's just a matter that she couldn't be out there doing that exact routine again, so they were given a chance to kind of scrap that effort and go back. And those are special circumstances. That's not granted to everyone, of course, so yeah, the judges obviously felt that that was appropriate as well. And they will have to go with the scoring that comes with the fact that some of their stunts were marked and some of their stunts were a little bit different. So again, very proud of the team that comes through that adversity and, to me, puts forward one of their most calm, collected, and confident routines of the weekend. Okay, so award session is coming up. That means Holly and I are going to have a very quick break along with our crew, which once again I wanted to shout out on cameras: Andrew Cottrell, Caden Mallory, Stephen Schneider, our broadcast tech and audio, Jake Liu, on replay, Patrick Palmer, and director and producer, Spencer Burridge. We've got such a great team, of course, working AccessNow Sports. We are all going to take a much-needed break and get set for session 2 of the day. I think I've lost count overall. So just know it's the second block of great cheerleading action. We should regroup just before 12:40 Central Time. We'll see you then. Welcome back. Good afternoon. Infinity Athletics from Moose Jaw Invaders U12 Level 2, kicking off Session 7 of Day 3. What a great way to kick off this New session here on day 3. Infinity Athletics out of Moose Jaw, their Invaders U12 level 2 team, Holly.
Yeah, and great way to start off the level 2 under 12. I mean, these are 8 to 12-year-olds that are pulling off these fantastic routines. And so much strength in their stunts. You want to see that stability, and I think every single thing in their pyramids or their stunts, there was no wobbles. They weren't going anywhere.
And they're not only pressing to extension, it's, you know, that narrow stance. All of that just adds to the difficulty. Love their tumbling, incorporating the dance. There were never moments where I'm waiting for something. They were always delivering. Really great routine. Infinity Athletics now from Thunder Bay, Ontario. Again, the 16th annual Warman Cheer Classic spanning 5 provinces, including Ontario. Thunder Bay Superior Cheerleading Huntress, their U12A level 1 team. Now this entire session is pretty much all U12 except for a couple, or a few rather, U16 teams. Really vibrant routine from Superior Cheerleading Huntress. Their U12A team, A referring to the size of the team, level 1.
The thing I appreciated about their level 1 routine is you have to be attached to someone at prep level or below in order to pull off those single leg skills at prep.
Yeah.
And they were so tight in their positions.
Yes.
Because you don't want to see kind of the bases holding the foot up in the lid position. You want to see that flyer hold that position herself. And all of their flyers did an excellent job of that.
What a great observation, Holly, because you're right. It's the little detail that all of a sudden that stunt just shows up more, right, on the mat. And for the judges to see, this is also a very sweet moment. Their arabesques are really tight as well. Nice extension through the leg, and of course, great facials. Superior Cheerleading out of Thunder Bay, Ontario. Again, 5 provinces covered, including Saskatchewan, of course, Manitoba to the east, and Ontario, and then Alberta, BC. So great to see. We're going to have more of those teams coming up, of course, later on as we progress through day 3 of the Warman Cheer Classic. Again, more than 2,500 athletes. It's absolutely remarkable. A big thank you again to the fantastic AccessNow crew making all this possible behind the scenes as I'm dropping my pen, but they're responsible for not only getting all the great moments on camera as it happens, but then the replays that get delivered after. All of that is put together by a phenomenal crew based out of Regina, Saskatchewan, so big thank you there to the team, and we are ready to roll with the next one from Spruce Grove, Alberta, Deep Blue Athletics. This time it's their missed team, U12 Level 2. Let's have a look. Again, I don't spend too much time on uniforms because honestly everyone looks so great here, but this sparkle, whoo, catches me all the way from the back of the building. Deep Blue Athletics missed. Oh, again, really great, not only energy, but, oh, what's the word I'm looking for? Confidence, performance quality, maybe that's what it is, but it's just that intangible sometimes with some of these teams, and they have it.
Yeah, watching them, their precision, just the way they come together before they do any skill, whether it's tumbling or a stunt or their pyramid, and then they come together and then they move off to the next section. I could watch routines like that forever, and it just shows that the coaches have spent a lot of time on making sure everyone is where they need to be.
Yeah, that comes down to practice, 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 and the cheerleaders buying into that too. I always think there are those athletes sometimes that are like, why do we have to do this or that? It's like, because the whole picture, right, the big picture comes through. Airborne Athletics from Weyburn is next. Their Blue Jays team is U12A Level 1. Airborne Athletics out of Weyburn's their Blue Jays team. I couldn't stop smiling. Love the somersaults. Again, if you can execute that well timed, always looks impressive as a group. And those arabesques as well, great lines.
Yeah, the Flyers had great control of their lines.
I love it. And obviously the theme with Airborne, different birds. You know, the Doves were the older group. This is the Blue Jays, and you kind of see elements of that obviously incorporated into their look. I like that moment too so much.
Yeah, that little paper doll moment.
Just seeing it at that, you know, literally a lower level, closer to the ground, safer, building up those skills and that strength here in level 1. All right, Prairie Fire cheerleading out of Saskatoon Fireworks. Their U12 level 2 team. Prairie Fire cheerleading fireworks. It's got that Prairie Fire look and feel, that's for sure. Great movement to start, so dynamic and rich.
I love that they have those dual base for those lids there at the beginning. It shows that great strength from this team.
Again, yeah, when you don't have that back spot or that third, you really have to trust as well your strength in your legs as a flyer. Overall body strength, really.
Love that little inversion through up to prep. And their timing on their tumbling?
Yes. One thing I always appreciate is when a team has sort of a unified motion that always brings them together. This team likes to bring their arms up in the air together, clasp at the top. We see those touches, judges see it too. Nice clean presentation as we get set for Premier Academy Bonnyville Dynamite U12A Level 1. right, my goodness. Yes, hug it out. Taking the moment. You just delivered not one, but two great versions of that routine this weekend.
Yeah, the thing I love about their club, and this team in particular, is that in their standing tumbling, you want to look like you copied and pasted them, and their timing is incredible on their tumbling. Right here, all the way up to prep. That takes so much strength on the bases, because that flyer, again, can't help, can't push off with their arms.
Oh, and these moments too, again, that unison, that uniformity that we see in the tumbling, of course, trickles over into the jumps. Great spacing on that. Fantastic awareness from this team.
Yeah, the Flyers have great aerial awareness of where they need to be in the air.
And a big, expressive finish there from Premier Academy, Bonnyville. Again, U12, that means, as Holly was saying, you're looking at cheerleaders age 8 to 12 being on those teams. Up next, though, we have Warman Ultimate Cheerleading Opal. This is their U12 team, but level 2. routine. Oh, you could feel the energy not only from the athletes. We saw you coaches in the front too getting so excited every time these stunts hit, and boy did they ever.
Yeah, you can see why the coaches got excited. That was an absolute phenomenal performance from Opal. They had a couple bobbles on day one, and you can tell they took it very seriously to come back clean on day two. And I love this section. To get that many athletes in time, I know as a coach, so difficult.
Their uniformity in every aspect is so, it pays off. That's all I gotta say, right? It's the hard work is paid off here with this routine. Yes, I love this moment. And then the level change here. Not only that, but of course, switching legs. Oh, great work. Wonderful heel stretch there. We return now to Prince Albert Cheer Explosion Surge. Also a U12 team, but U12A level 1. Prince Albert cheer explosion. Oh, I remember this routine rather, being so inviting, welcoming, and vibrant, and that's what we got from this again today. Can't help but be drawn in.
Yeah, there's this whole session. Their day 2, they're not messing around. And Surge, no exception. This was an absolutely brilliant routine.
Again, speaks to the maturity of all of these teams that we've seen so far to go backstage as they do after every time they take the main stage and review that routine, take it all in and say, okay, we know what we're going to come back out here and do tomorrow. Oh, love the attack on that. Great facials again. And that moment too, I like the idea of the level changes there.
Yeah, great creativity in that pyramid.
So much fun. Moving on to Boss Athletics now, Regina. This is their posh team, U12 Level 2, taking the stage. Boss Athletics, posh. You know, there were definitely some posh elements to that, but I just got a lot of fierce, fierce, fierce the whole way through. That boss attitude, of course, coming through in this team as well.
Yeah, their showmanship is always great. You always have a fun time watching any one of their teams because they just have, like you said, that attitude all throughout.
What a great side look at that, you know, kick to handstand and then into the tumbling. You can see the clean lines, just the rows of people, and then their clean actual lines on their legs. Oh, everything's in place. This was a really nice moment too. That press to full. And I love that. If you're going to rotate the stunt, make that the moment, right? Make it as big as possible, and that's what they're delivering. Really great second effort there from Boss Athletics. Now again, we're going to get a chance to see Infinity Athletics from Moose Jaw. This is their Starburst team, U12A, level 1. Infinity Athletics out of Moose Jaw, Saskatchewan. This is their Starburst team. That was a burst of, I'm going to say it, energy. That's what we all need on day 3, and oh, love it.
They had a lot of really great moments in here. I loved the use of the floor. They kind of, for a smaller team, used so much of the space.
And there's another moment where you see sort of the ground level bases actually helping move the stunt. That was really nice. Again, walkovers well timed.
Yeah, no, they had the great timing on the tumbling. You kind of want to look at it as far as everyone's inverted at the same time, everyone's legs look the same, and they did a really great job of making sure everyone was together.
And look at those arabesques, great height. Ah, there's the facials. I had a big smile when I saw that happen in real time too. Wonderful pyramids, great solid basing. Prairie Fire Cheerleading is next from Saskatoon. This is Firestorm U16, our first U16. No, I'll take that back. But it is our first U16 level 2 team we're seeing today. Firestorm U16 level 2. Not a moment wasted in that routine. Music starts, tumbling passes begin.
Right here, all these dual base sections, getting all the flyers you could possibly get up in the air. Beautiful half-ups.
And of course, dual base serves to as well just amplify, multiply how many base groups you can have. Nice log rolls. Again, to me, a deceptively difficult stunt. And I do want to speak to the fact that we have so many phenomenal level 2s. Yes, Holly.
I just wanted to point out there, the amount of technique and strength it takes to go forward roll immediately into the power you need to generate for a back handspring. I see you, Prairie Fire.
Really great routine from Prairie Fire. We'll talk more about the levels in a moment because there is something to be said. I love the level system so much, so I want to pump its tires. But Rebels Cheerleading Athletics, Rage U12B level 1. Rebels Cheerleading Rage. They were bringing a little bit of rage, but a lot of, honestly, pro-quality, high-intensity cheerleading.
The thing that I appreciate about watching this team is, so in level 1, you have to have that connection to prep level or below in these libs here, but those flyers are so great at holding their position that it's just so sturdy for the bases. They don't have to worry that foot's going to come down.
Yes, Holly, yes, yes, yes. And it's all of that, right? I mean, even just having to brace behind you suddenly, you know, your center of gravity is a little bit different too, and this team is so tight. You can tell they've worked together for a while. They're well practiced. Fantastic. All right, so that's Rebels Cheerleading Athletics. Holly Warniak, Daniela Ponticelli with you, and so excited to keep going your day 3. We're almost at the halfway now. It's a little deceptive on this sheet of paper today because it looks like it's one sheet, and it's somehow a lot less than yesterday. There's still a good chunk of routines. By the end of the day, we will have seen about 85. We're not even quite halfway yet, but this is the fun, right? This is why we're here in Warman enjoying this. Up next, Gritters Cheerleading out of Yorkton. It's tackle. Their U16 Level 2 team. Gritters Cheerleading tackle. Oh, that was as much fun as yesterday as it was today. And again, you can just see where those improvements were made, and it's a little tough to see with a team like this because they were so solid yesterday too.
I just love the technique. You can see that the coaches have spent a lot of time. The height on their baskets at this level and this age is just, it's higher than I've seen in some of the open teams in the last few years.
And what that height tells me is that they have a complete understanding of where that momentum and energy comes from, right? It's not just your arms with the basket toss, it's a whole body motion, and it's keeping in line too to get it as vertical and as high as this team does. Really great work from Gritters Cheerleading. Again, that club from Yorkton has numerous teams throughout Warman Cheer Classic. We'll see more coming up, but first, Royalty Elite Athletics, Divine U12B Level 1.
We know that it's here. It's time to pay the price. You should have known you'd never take us out without a fight.
Royalty Elite Athletics out of Leduc, Alberta. Divine, another U12 team. Showing up, you're showing us that age does not mean inexperience at all. Look at this.
Yeah, great positions from the Flyers, but especially in those TikToks. As the base, it's like not holding the foot on that side. You don't want to get stomped on when that TikTok comes. So it's great to see that the Flyers are lightly placing. It shows great aerial awareness on the Flyers' behalf.
I'm so glad you're using that term, aerial awareness, Holly. I've heard you say as well, body awareness. What we mean is when you start to do things up in the air, right? When you're working in almost like a different dimension, your body doesn't feel the same as when it's on the ground. You don't quite always know where your arms and your legs are at a given point. So that comes with experience and training and everything that comes with going to practice. This is the PSA for go to practice. Get your time in on the mat. Again, the level system. I have my reasons for loving it. Why should everyone love the level system, Holly?
It just makes everyone be in a team and a level that they feel confident in. They don't feel like they're going out there trying to do things that are just a little bit outside of their capacity. It allows that ability to go out on the floor knowing I can hit absolutely everything in this routine.
And it also provides that extra level of safety. Northern Cheerleading All-Stars, this is their Black Ice team, U16 level 2. Northern Cheerleading All-Stars from Fort McMurray. I see some familiar faces in that team. We saw a little earlier as well. Of course, great overlap here with such talented cheerleaders in so many different clubs. All right, let's take another look back at these great moments.
Great use of that inversion up to that straddle into another stand. That's what you want to do, is you want to piece together all those fun transitions to up your difficulty in your routine.
Take that extra moment, the way they connected, very nice.
Lots of energy here in the dance section.
Yes, they served so well. That choreography demands, you know, that extra level, and that's what they give. I mean, to me, all cheerleading choreography demands that, but that in particular, very well choreographed piece there. Now Western Athletics is next. It's Blackout, their U12B level 1 team. We're honestly moving through this session quite quickly, Holly. Right now local time is 1:44. That means we're right on time for Western Athletics. Western Athletics Blackout.
So much attitude to that whole routine, and I love that moment, that lights out, blackout. Boom.
Yes, wow, that really like grabbed my attention. Woke me up here. I know we're into the afternoon of Sunday, but again, this is day 3. We have seen it, so many routines, but there's still moments in every single one that just bring you back into it, and that was so great.
I love all of the facials that all of the flyers gave throughout. They had that attitude, and that's what you want. Because, again, the judges are way here at the back of the gymnasium by where we're at. You gotta sell it to them.
Yeah, we want to see you all the way here, back of the building. Moving on now to Premier Academy, Bonneville Explosion. U16 level 2. They certainly, I think, rocked our world a bit yesterday.
Putting it lightly.
Yeah, putting it lightly. They were one of those routines that was wow, wow, wow. So see how they do now with their second crack at it. Warman Cheer Classic. both, we're looking down at our arms right now, both chills. Not making that up at all, that routine again. Hard hitting. Glad Holly and I are not judges, because how do you even differentiate from yesterday to today? But oh, the magic of this routine. Holly, break it down.
Oh, there was just so much going on. Again, with all of this stuff and kind of the flare in between and just not moving from one point to another by just walking, this is like watching a world's level routine. And just at level 2. And yeah, I have nothing but wow, wow, wow to say, because the height in their baskets, they had partner stunts, they had all kinds of great elements, and I just love this routine.
Remember, level 2, right? So much you can do, a ton of variety. When you have the commitment from the athletes, that you can tell they were bought into that routine from the beginning. What an absolute treat to watch Premier Academy Bonnyville, their explosion team. Again, U16, you can tell there's a lot of veteran cheerleaders on that team too. Lots of great experience. They're having a look back. I love it. They're all crowded around there. But we're getting set for the next routine to take the main stage here in Warman. Gritters cheerleading out of Yorkton. This is their rush team, U12B level 1. We have 7 routines after this before the next awards session, everyone. Moving along here in Warman. Gritters cheerleading rush. Oh, there's the hugs. I knew it was going to come because they got to feel good about that routine, Holly.
Definitely, and you can always tell a lot of the teams from Gritters, you can tell the camaraderie they have on their teams, because they all are just so excited for each other once they nail their routines and they get together at the end.
Again, we talk about great moments. This routine had them. I really enjoyed the stunting, the variety, the creativity as we talk about at this level. Again, a level 1 team. But then some of the level changes here, you know, the actual height changes.
And just getting those different elements, like instead of just having a prep standing beside that, get the little hitch in there and getting different levels within their pyramids as well with what you can do at level 1. And Gritters has been fantastic at that all weekend.
Yeah, it's been so much fun watching that club again, based out of Yorkton. Up next, we're going to have Thunder Bay's Superior Cheerleading. It's Storm, their U16 level 2 team. Again, this whole session has been kind of a masterclass in what you can do in levels 1 and 2, so it's been so much fun, and across different age groups as well. Superior Cheerleading out of Thunder Bay, Ontario. Storm, U16 level 2. And a look back at some of their great moments.
This right here, from the ground all the way up to prep. And I love, love, love their jumps. They had great timing.
And I've said it a lot, but the height that these jumps get, again, an understated part of a routine. It's what cheerleaders train for, but that height is crucial to show off your jump, to make sure judges can see it. Love this. So much energy and fun from this team. We now have 5 more routines left in session 7. It is day 3 of the 16th annual Warman Cheer Classic. Daniela Ponticelli alongside Holly Warniak. And we are going to keep rolling because we are staying on time, which is fantastic. Again, if you're just joining us, it's around 2 o'clock local time here central. We are the only little region in this pocket of the world right now that did not change clocks last night. So if you're just joining us and you're adjusting, of course, to your time change wherever you are, it's 2 o'clock here, and time now for Premier Academy Fort McMurray Midnight. Premier Academy Fort McMurray showing up midnight in the afternoon. We'll take it, U12B Level 1. Oh, such great timing, stunting, so solid.
That is such an incredible feat to be able to pull that up from the ground like that. And I absolutely love watching these teams from Premier with the absolute confidence in the body positions of the flyers. No matter what they're doing, whether it's an extension, 2 feet, or they're doing libs like this, they're just sharp and just certain in their motions that they need to be. And I love watching it because it just makes for a good show.
You know who else is probably loving it? The coaches, because they know, hey, next season, or maybe 2 seasons from now, when you start to level up, you're going to be so ready for that, right? That's what we're laying the foundation for. So it's exciting. Holly and I love to see that, right? That nice, crisp, clear, solid basing. We'll always give some credit to the bases. We were bases ourselves. We know what goes into that. Sometimes you're kind of the unsung hero a little bit, along with the back spot, the third. But you're so crucial to making all of this come together. Rebels Cheerleading Athletics is next out of Regina. Riot U16 Level 2. I was waiting for that, the big pop-up at the end. Everyone's so thrilled with that performance. And you know what, as a spectator, as a commentator, also equally thrilled with that routine.
You know, every time that Rebels comes out on the floor, you're about to get a show. Like, you just know it's going to be a good time.
Oh, here's the tumbling. And again, right, it's the crisp lines, and that takes so much skill, right? Great awareness, wonderful solid stunting.
I love this, the extended, and then whoop, whoop, we're in prep now.
Very cool. You get to show off the flexibility in the pike as well. Something as well we haven't really seen from another team here. Just
Such a performance from those Flyers. And I just love, I could watch Rebels, any of their teams. I could watch them dance all day long.
And you at least have had a chance to do that, Holly. We've been able to see so many great teams from Rebels cheerleading out of Regina. We are moving on now. Final three routines of this session. Boss Athletics, also from Regina, it's their Lavish team. U12C, level 1.
I was going to say, I love the size of this team. So great.
It's wonderful to see. Boss Athletics Lavish, U12C level 1. Oh, this is going to be such a difficult division, by the way. Like, the judges have so much to look at here.
Yeah, I don't envy the judges. This is the best part about what we get to do is we just get to enjoy.
We get to enjoy, we get to showcase, of course, some of the great moments thanks to our incredible AccessNow sports team putting together these quick replays, but you see it all. It's the Boss Athletics flair, right? Everything is crisp, everything is exactly where it needs to be.
The thing that is also so enjoyable to watch about Boss is that if you're not confident in what you're doing, it'll show on your face. But all of their flyers are just so confident. Their facials, they are selling it to this crowd, and that just goes to show you the level of work that goes in with their coaches one-on-one with those athletes.
And confident flyers, confident bases, a big confident team, right? Love to see. We have 2 more routines to go in this session, session 7. If you're just joining us, it's just after 2 o'clock here, Central Time in Saskatchewan. And Warman Ultimate Cheerleading is next. It's their Sapphires team, U16 level 2. And right after will be Central Cheer out of Winnipeg Fab Cats to close out this session. Warman Ultimate Cheerleading Sapphires.
A near flawless routine from the home squad here.
Very nice. And even those little wobbles, bobbles, Holly and I saw them. You know what? The flyers, the bases, they saved those stunts, pulled it through. But this, all so clean. I love that. An inversion all the way up into a prep. And then those full extensions, my goodness. Again, so clean. You have to have lots of strength as a base to really hit those extensions and not waver. These jumps as well. Great height.
I love this final tumbling pass. Just the beauty of the synchronicity of them. And great height on their baskets. I loved this pyramid section as well. There's just too much to love.
Not a complaint, just an observation. Yes, again, you're giving us so much variety here, so many great levels. Adds that visual snapshot for the judges, and they're the lasting impression. We are moving into our final routine of this session. Central Cheer out of Winnipeg, Fab Cats. It's their U12 C-sized level 1 team. So a larger size squad stepping out on the floor here in Warman. Again, final routine before we head into an awards session. And then just one more session to go after this, Holly, to close it all out. Cats closing it out here, session 7, day 3 of the Warman Cheer Classic. They've got to feel good about that as they head off the stage. Again, U12 C-size team, level 1. And it's got that Central Cheer stamp of approval. Very clean.
Yeah, there was a lot of really fun transitions in here. I'm hoping we'll see the one. Just again, how can we get creative with what we can do at the level that we're at? Because you don't want to do what everyone's done a bunch of times.
Exactly.
And they had one really fun transition in here.
I do love this moment too. Again, when you make it a circular pyramid, you just add a little extra dimension, a little extra moment. Oh, that ending too was so fun. Holly Warniak, Daniela Ponticelli with you. We are going to take a much needed break in our world over here because we're getting set for a 2-hour session to close things out. It's going to start with Royalty Elite Athletics Eminence U6 Level 2. And then we're going to go all the way and see those level 7s again, level 6s. And it's not all at the end this time. Those level 7s will appear sort of just around the 3:30 mark, just before that at 3:30 Central in Saskatchewan. So if you're just joining us right now, we are getting set for the awards session. We should return at 2:50 Central. Big thank you again to our great AccessNow sports crew making this all possible. We will remain live. We'll see you so soon to close out Warman Cheer Classic 16th annual event. Fantastic live from the Warman Home Center Communiplex. We'll be right back. Welcome back inside the Warman Home Center Communiplex for the 16th annual Warman Cheer Classic. We are at this point already, session 8, the final session of this 3-day competition, the biggest ever, already the biggest competition in Saskatchewan. 2,500 athletes across 5 provinces. We're going to see those provinces represented in this next section, everything from level 1 through to level 7. Holly, of course, will bring you up to speed with who has bids, who's still vying for one, because there are 2 partial paid bids for World still up for grabs. Daniela Ponticelli with you, Holly Warniak, our great AccessNow sports crew. We're actually going to be heading to the main stage right away. Up first, Royalty Elite Athletics Eminence. This is their U16 Level 2 team. I think we might have a moment here, Holly. But overall, what have you been most impressed by just this event and what we've seen today?
The event itself run super smooth, and what I've just been super surprised about, shouldn't be surprised, last year was the same, the level the teams are bringing.
Yes.
Just the energy, the excitement, the cleanliness of all of these routines. It's so hard to say anything because everyone's so fantastic.
And it's been a lot of fun for us, former cheerleaders, getting to cheer on everyone while bringing you just some commentary throughout the weekend. A complete privilege and honor, really and truly. Again, this live stream has been viewed, actually prior to today, it was viewed more than 10,000 times. That number, of course, has now gotten even higher. Thank you for tuning in, wherever you're tuning in from. We know we've had some viewers from Canada, the U.S., Mexico. Wow, but we're going to bring it all back to this right here in Warman. Royalty Elite Athletics stepping out on stage now. Eminence U16 Level 2.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please?
Royalty Elite Athletics out of Leduc, Alberta Eminence, their U16 Level 2 team. We will see a number of Level 2s throughout at least the start of this session. And some really great stunning to get things going here.
Yeah, they had a lot of great elements within this routine, really showcasing those Level 2 skills that they've worked likely all season on.
Really nice pikes there, good height from that angle.
This right here is a very difficult set, so inversion all the way with a half turn to prep, and they absolutely nailed it in both groups.
Yeah, great strength from that base too, just lock everything in. One thing we don't talk about nearly enough is like the great hand placement you see from some of the bases. You just want to get as much coverage on that foot as you can. And a wonderful photo finish there from Royalty Elite Athletics. Again, we're in the final session right now, Holly. So it is a stacked session as it is. We're expected to go about 2 hours. We got started here at 3 o'clock Central Time. Wherever you're joining us from, thank you for doing so. We've appreciated your company throughout the weekend. We know lots of eyeballs on this live stream, whether it's families, friends just tuning in for one routine, maybe sticking around a little bit longer, or others who are just getting acquainted with the sport of cheerleading. I got some really great comments from folks saying, I've learned so much, and that's what we're here for. We just want to bring the sport to even more people, and it's absolutely incredible what the crew at AccessNow Sports has been able to do. Again, our camera operators, Andrew Cottrell, Hayden Mallory, Stephen Schneider, along with our broadcast tech and audio, Jake Liu. Replay from Patrick Palmer, and director and producer Spencer Burridge. So absolutely fantastic. We'll give them another shout out towards the end of the broadcast as well, but great working with this crew all weekend. It is all weekend. They were here way before Holly and I got here, and we got here before everything kicked off Friday. It's been a full weekend of cheer. All right, Prairie Fire Cheerleading out of Saskatoon, Crossfire U12C Level 1. Prairie Fire cheerleading crossfire. And Holly, here's a word I haven't said nearly enough considering how I felt the entire weekend. This was so satisfying. So great to see. Again, well executed, much like yesterday.
Yeah, no, they had a lot of really great flexibility in their flyers. So you get to see a lot of those moments. They have in this routine a lot of snapshot moments where you could just take a picture at any moment and be like, oh, look at this routine.
This little flyer, yes, we've noticed you selling everything. Absolutely love it. And again, great tumbling, as we know Prairie Fire is all about.
I love the different levels they had in the pyramids with what they could do with their level 1 skills. And even these, just little mini pyramids.
When you talk about the evolution of cheerleading, I mean, this is it, right? Where you get such sophisticated routines from, you know, younger and younger squads. That was a U12 team. We'll see a U16 level 2 coming up, but I just love that. I appreciate that so much. Again, Holly and I, when coming up through cheerleading when we did, it was still kind of building blocks when you think about where Canada is in comparison to the US and so on and so forth. So it's been such a great evolution to see the last decade. Just honestly, the explosion of skill, talent, dedication, development. We can go on and on and on. And it's a great testament to competitions like the Warman Cheer Classic.
Yeah, definitely. Warman Cheer Classic, a great part about it is it brings so many clubs from different places. You can kind of gauge where Saskatchewan's at against other clubs from other places. And it is so good to see that we are consistently just on par with everywhere else in Canada, and I love that.
Yeah, it's great. I mean, again, if you don't have a platform like this, you don't get to see that, right? You might be the best club in Saskatchewan for a number of years and still not quite be at the level that you kind of should be or want to be at, right? It's all about challenging yourself. It's just been wonderful. Again, 5 provinces represented here at Warman Cheer Classic 16th annual. There was obviously just 1 year that it didn't go at 2021, and that was due to the pandemic. But Warman Cheer Classic even came in under the buzzer in 2020. So hey, I always love that too. So a little bit of a slower return last year, still a very full event, and then this year, biggest ever. Love to see that they turn away people registering, and again, it is all about trying to get as many athletes out competing as you can. So to get to the point where you're turning away, you're really showing the interest in how much things have grown here. All right, Explosion Cheer Academy Detonation is taking the stage now. I said it's a U16 level 2 team. They are out of Alberta. Explosion Cheer Academy, detonation. I remember how much this team made me smile yesterday, and honestly, again, they've just elevated where they can go, and the stunt, that straight ride basket toss, so high.
Yeah, no, they had a lot of fun skills in this, but also at the same time, what I really have enjoyed watching their club throughout the entire weekend is when there's quote-unquote dead space, so something's not happening, they've filled that with a lot of moments, so you're not kind of just like waiting for the next thing to happen. There's always something going on.
And again, you know, just taking note of the size of this team, not an overly large team, but look at that, how they filled the space there. That comes down to really great coaching, great formation and choreography decisions. All intentional. Great work from Explosion Cheer Academy. Now Alberta Cheer Empire from Edmonton, Electric U12C1. This is our 60th routine of the day. Just getting ready for that music. Alberta Cheer Empire Electric. I've certainly got a little bit of a feels going on, a little bit of a chill. That was so nice. And again, we've been saying it all day. Clean, clean, clean. Hey, I know teams love to hear it and we love to see it.
Yeah, just another example of Ace coming out and just showing that incredible poise that they have as a club. Just all of these moments where they're just selling this routine to us, because, I mean, it is an action-packed routine for sure. But if you're not looking like you're having a good time, it doesn't become as fun to watch. And I have so much fun watching them, and have had all weekend.
Oh, Holly, what a great word, poise. That is exactly what we're seeing here. It's that maturity once again. You're ready to compete. They have been ready to compete all weekend long. Honestly, these clubs have just put together such phenomenal teams, and now again, we're going to see a club with many, many teams involved in Warman Cheer Classic. It's Boss Athletics out of Regina, their Fem Team U16 Level 2. them. So much intricate movement as expected, but just done with those lines as we know and expect from Boss Athletics.
There isn't much to say about them all weekend because they've just been so phenomenal all weekend.
Again, I always love to see that too, when bases just can connect into that basket lock for the basket toss. There's so much confidence.
Right here, I love seeing that. Going straight from the ground into a skill instead of pulling lib and then a skill just shows so much control on those Flyers' parts. And I just love seeing a lot of those like level 1, level 2 teams just pull out all kinds of different lines.
Exactly, and of course adding to the difficulty on the score sheet. Up next from the hometown, Warman Ultimate Cheerleading Emeralds U12C Level 1. Warman Ultimate Cheerleading Emeralds.
That was a great performance from them today.
It definitely felt tighter, more together.
There's a lot of confidence in these Flyers and a lot of the things that they do. And that just is kudos to the coaches for making them, A, practice all those skills, but B, get them to a point where they're confident enough to go out there and just know that they're going to smash this routine.
Yeah, and all of them are giving us different kinds of facials too. I know that that's something that coaches work on a lot. You know, you just want them to smile at first and then you want to add all the attitude. We're seeing that. It's delivered in spades here.
Teams this size, I love when you can get all of them to do double jumps, even single jumps, and all be able to be on the exact same count, because that's what you're going to get scored on, is making sure that when you all do a skill, you're all together, and that many girls be able to do that, they've really nailed it.
So impressive. Up next, Infinity Athletics from Moose Jaw. It's their interstellar team, U18 level 2.0. So this will be a non-tumbling routine. So much fun, Infinity Athletics, Interstellar. What a great routine. Again, didn't have tumbling in it, so a little bit of a different look and feel to it. We've seen a number of routines without tumbling. This is one of them, but the execution on these stunts, oh, the lines were so great.
So great, and I'm infinitely impressed when it's such a smaller squad because there are no breaks and you have to stunt for the full 2 minutes. And I'm just so impressed with how strong these base groups are and how confident these flyers are in what they need to do to hit all of those positions.
I really love that moment where, yes, they were sort of stacked vertically in space, if you will. You couldn't see one of the groups behind the other, but it created such an amazing visual. And again, there's times and places where you do want to basically shrink the, sort of the field of vision a little bit for judges to really hone in on that flyer, that particular stunt. Up next, Premier Academy, Fort McMurray, Vortex, U12C, level 1.
That's right, it's really me. Heart of gold, but red on my sleeve. I feel like you know that I go it all. If you mistake, then I can't hear you. Vortex. Because they want to see the best. Premier Academy, they bring me to my chest. Vortex.
Premier Academy, Fort McMurray, Vortex U12C Level 1.
Another outstanding routine from Premier.
It's been so much fun. Again, we get to see them at all these different levels, and I will always cherish a well-executed, well-timed, well-performed Level 1 routine.
And perform they did. Those flyers, I could watch that for hours.
Oh, so much fun. And again, when you have such a big team, you still have to make use of the space, and they did it so creatively. See, the cameras love you, everybody.
Also love this. They kind of had their tumbling a little bit later, but still so on time with one another, and that's what you want to see. That's going to get you a good mark on your scorecard.
Exactly. When you start putting the tumbling towards the end, I mean, that's a degree of difficulty yet again. Central Cheer out of Winnipeg gets our first Level 7 team of today. Riot Open, all girls, non-tumbling, 7.0. Here we go. Central Cheer Riot bringing down the house, and I'm so proud of them, so happy for them. That was such a clean routine, much better than day one, and they deserve it.
I loved this routine yesterday, and there were so many things where I'm like, oh, I know they always hit that in practice, I'm sure, and they nailed everything today that kind of went a little bit wobbly yesterday, and just an absolute showcase of an all-girl Level 7.
Oh, look at that. It's just, oh, we could break it all down, and you still wouldn't have enough time, I don't think, because there's so many, it's all in the nuances, and then just the way that they showcase their skills just like that.
Absolutely amazing run for them today.
That moment was so nice. That was a bit of a ripple effect. Oh, you can tell Central Cheer so happy. You can see it on their faces. This moment was great. Again, this was one of those moments yesterday that didn't quite hit as clean as the team would have liked, Again, their first day routines will account for 30% of the overall score, and then 70% from today. Central Cheer out of Winnipeg. Now Alberta Cheer Empire from Edmonton Crowns. It's their U12C Level 1 team. Crowns from Alberta Cheer Empire. And they deserve a crown after this. Again, just a wonderful statement routine. We saw it done really nice and clean yesterday. I feel like every single team, Holly, has taken whatever tiny little tweaks they needed to make, and they've not only made it, they've dialed it up like times 10.
Yeah, no, they definitely were phenomenal yesterday. And like you said, those little things, like can you be a little bit cleaner? Can you be a little bit sharper? Can we hit this a little bit harder? And I think they took all of those notes and they totally applied them today.
Also, there were some moments, I believe it was in this routine, where there were some moments of intentional flexed feet. I love that. If you're going to do it, you have to sell it hard, right? You don't want to be somewhere in between. Mostly we're looking for pointed toes, but there are those moments too where you want to add a little flexed foot and you got to sell it so great. Wonderful. Up next from the very same club out of Edmonton, Alberta Cheer Empire, but this is notorious. Their open co-ed non-tumbling 7.0. So the final level 7 team we're going to see here at the 16th annual Warman Cheer Classic. Again, they brought the house down yesterday. A chance to build on that right now. Notorious just needing to take a pause there. We'll take a break there, Holly. Again, we're in the midst right now of the final session here at Warman Cheer Classic. And while we take a break just to gather our thoughts here and gather what's going to happen, of course, the team is now assisting their teammate off the mat. They will likely have another chance at that, but we'll bring all of that to you. And Holly, there actually is a way that it sort of works when it comes to scoring when these sorts of things happen.
Yeah, generally a lot of competitions will have it. So if they go into the back, they kind of assess what's going on, kind of make a game plan, and if they want to come back, the event producer will kind of shuffle them to the end, and they'll come back. And then the judges will kind of score the rest of their routine. So they don't necessarily get a full kind of re-go at it, but then they'll get scored from kind of where the mishap happened to the end of their actual routine. So yeah, they'll head back there, they'll make sure everybody's okay, kind of make a game plan on, are we going to pull, are we going to replace, what are we going to do, and then get that opportunity to come back at the end of the schedule.
Safety is paramount, and honestly it has been at the forefront of this event the entire weekend. When you consider how many routines, we're approaching routine number 70 of today alone, right? So it's just incredible what's being done here from the organizers to everyone behind the scenes. We will bring you the update there in a moment. We'll take a quick break right now. Holly Warniak, Daniela Ponticelli here on AccessNow Sports. This is the 16th annual Warman Cheer Classic. We'll be right back. Thanks.
Alrighty, we are back in the action here. Deep Blue Athletics, Icebergs. We're going to take a look at their under 12 level 1. Group C, again, just meaning that it is that larger group.
Deep Blue Athletics, Icebergs U12C, Level 1. Holly, we've been through some great Level 1 routines as another awesome example. Again, using the scale of their team to its full advantage.
Yeah, they had a lot of groups, which on a team this size, that's what you would expect. But sometimes, you know, you don't always get kind of what the skill level that you're trying to get out of them. But look at this pyramid. Look how many groups.
Love to see it. Again, Deep Blue out of Spruce Grove, Alberta as well. Holly and I have had this conversation already, how much we just love to see clubs thriving, and clubs from all over, right? We have teams from Edmonton and Saskatoon, Regina, and then Spruce Grove, Warman, of course, all of those places, Leduc. It's fantastic to see. We are going to continue moving on, and again, we'll bring you an update on what's going to happen with a routine that didn't quite get a chance to finish in just a bit once we know some of those details. Gems Athletics is next. They're from Surrey, BC. Obsession, open co-ed, non-tumbling. This is level 6. Wow, Gems Athletics, Obsession. Yesterday I said I was hooked, I was obsessed. Yeah, I'm officially obsessed now.
Yeah, no, they had a couple bobbles yesterday. Today, I just noticed it was a lot better, a lot more confident of a routine.
Yes. These moments. This was an area yesterday that didn't quite stick to its full potential. It totally did today.
Yeah, no, they definitely took all of those notes and marks on their scorecard and applied them today, because I just had an absolute blast watching this routine, because they absolutely nailed all of this.
Again, can't stop smiling when I'm watching the little ones. Can't stop smiling when I'm watching just phenomenal open cheerleading. Again, this was a an open co-ed non-tumbling routine, which also means I want more. I wish it was a slightly longer routine. It's so fun. I'm sure the athletes feel not that way.
2 minutes is long when there's no tumbling and you're just stunting, but...
But again, I'm greedy and I would love a whole 10-minute routine. Everyone's like, no.
Absolutely not.
Do not appoint me head of cheerleading in any capacity. All right, we're about halfway through this final session already, Holly. It has been a lot of fun. We have one more level 6 team, also a non-tumbling one. It's coming up after Rebels Cheerleading Athletics Rampage will take the stage next. Again, we're getting a nice little behind-the-scenes peek at Gems Athletics now, watching back that routine. Oh, they're so happy. Look, they're clapping along, as they should. They're actually going to see this moment in real time here. It's super fun. Oh, they're just so happy. I love to see the smiles. And now next, Rebels Cheerleading, as mentioned, Rampage, U18A Level 1. Rebels Cheerleading out of Regina Rampage, their U16 Level 1 team.
There's a lot of great times in this routine where I could just see the countless hours. You can't put a number to it that the coaches have spent fine-tuning, making sure that the girls are on time with each other. I love this section with their jumps because they did a toe touch to a pike, which a pike, if you don't get those feet back underneath you in time, you're on your butt. And their height in their pikes was also fantastic.
I love that I'm just nodding along to you even though no one can see it because it's so true. First of all, anytime you do a double jump, meaning you don't prep in between for that second, it's already a more challenging, more difficult way of doing a jump, and then to combine the technicalities of going from a toe touch into a pike and all of that, and some of the herkies and hurdlers we've seen this weekend, also just incredible. I don't know what your favorite jump was. Actually, I was a big fan of pikes.
I was a toe touch fan all day.
Ooh, toe touches all day. All right, there we go. Again, I love the look of all of them, and you'll see toe touches, of course, used when flyers are going up in baskets. I can imagine we're going to see some of that in this routine. Cheer Sport Sharks Vancouver. Striker Sharks Open All Girls Non-Tumbling Level 6.0. Cheersport Sharks, Vancouver Striker Sharks. Oh, that was so much fun. Yes, well-deserved hugs from everyone. They crushed that routine.
Yeah, definitely giving us a routine that we've come to expect from Cheersport Sharks. They have so many locations now. This is their one out of Vancouver, but just goes to show you the caliber of teams that they can put together.
Yeah, so clearly they have a system, a program that works, and the athletes committing to that program, of course, delivering this fantastic routine here in Warman, Saskatchewan.
Yeah, that's the great thing about Warman Cheer Classic with those bids, is that we are starting to see a lot of those teams kind of make their way all the way out here to little old Warman.
Certainly makes it worth it. Again, we've got teams from 5 provinces, including Saskatchewan, and some of the distances traveled within this very province, you know, kind of rival even our east and west travelers as well, right? You think how some of the teams from southern Saskatchewan are here. Again, it's just an incredible weekend. 3 days. This is the third and final day. We're in the final session, session 8. That tells you something right there. Just jam-packed. 2,500 athletes, more than 2,500 athletes. We haven't even given kudos to the volunteers, the organizers, all the fantastic vendors who have kept us fed. Thank you very much. We wouldn't be able to keep talking if we didn't have the fuel to go with it, so a big thank you to them. Of course, AccessNow Sports, and we are going to keep rolling along. Western Athletics Takeover U16A Level 1. Western Athletics Takeover. Waving to the crowd as they head off the stage. And again, quite a packed venue here inside the Warman Home Center Communicomplex. And great toe touches. There you go, Holly. They did that just for you.
And they had great height and pointed toes. That's what you want to see in a toe touch. You don't want to see them kind of anything below parallel to the floor with flex feet. And I think these girls had great jumps.
You know, I'm just blown away by everyone's skill in the jumps. There's a great understanding of what it takes to get into that position, right? A lot of people think it's just flexibility. It's not. It's all about your leg strength and building up that understanding of lifting the entire leg up and not just trying to get the feet off the ground. It happens, right? It's all building blocks, but it's so nice to see. And it makes sense. We're in March. We're sort of at the latter end of a lot of seasons, so we should be seeing the best versions of these teams. It's fantastic. By the way, next weekend in Saskatchewan, a number of these teams will be competing again. Provincials will be held in Regina, so that's really exciting. And we wish the best to all those teams taking part. But right now, still plenty to go here at the Warman Cheer Classic 16. Central Cheer RAR. Open Small Co-Ed Level 5. Central Cheer out of Winnipeg RAR. Open Small Co-Ed Level 5. Level 5 is just stacked. We're talking about the stunts, the tumbling, all of that.
The height on that opening basket was just unreal.
Yeah, you made the hands, Holly. I saw them. Like, yes, that was so good. And there again, just wonderful. The heel struts. This is what you see when you're wondering, how do we level up? What is the difference? It's those details, right? Everything just flowing one into the other.
Right
wonderful.
Here.
Yeah.
Like, beautiful.
And they still manage to hit that arabesque, even though they don't hold. They hit it, and they bring it down because it's on to the next thing, and the tumbling out of this world.
Yeah, so we've seen a lot of those twists, those falls in these levels, and they had a lot of them.
Yeah, it was really great to see. Yes, there were moments or two in the stunting sections that things didn't quite work out, but again, it's not just today's routine that's being scored, it is also their performance from yesterday, and that team brought it beautifully yesterday and today. Thank you, honestly, for that. Roar Open Small Co-ed Level 5. We are now heading to Deep Blue Athletics Odyssey U16A Level 1. Deep Blue Athletics Odyssey. And they told such a great story with this routine in their own way, right? Everything is so finessed, and the story really is that of this entire club, that they are going to deliver phenomenal facials, expressions, showmanship. These jumps are awesome.
Yeah, they had a lot of great lines. They did one, I don't know if we'll see it in the replay, right here. Their skills, absolutely beautiful. One of the other things that I liked about their routine too, in their pyramid, which I'm sure we'll see shortly here, is that, like we've said before, every piece of the pyramid, each stunt group, should be able to be sturdy on its own. So even though at level, if something came down, they can't have that extension standing on its own.
Exactly.
But in theory, it could. You don't want them relying on each other too much, perhaps like pulling arms and pulling a stunt down next to them. And that's what they had in that pyramid, and that's what you want to see at those levels, is that stability.
I also liked at the very end, I didn't even notice it, but there was one of the cheerleaders was on top of the other's shoulder. It's just like those little touches, right? Filling out that nice level change at the very end. All right, Freeze Athletics this time. Arctic Chill Open Small Co-ed Level 5, everybody. This team out of Kamloops, BC. Athletics from Kamloops, BC, delivering on their name. I am feeling the chills, honestly, getting the goosebumps. That was so good, and I know Holly felt it too. We know that yesterday was not their absolute best. That's what we're getting here today.
Yeah, no, they cleaned up all of those items. There was still a couple of bobbles, but honestly, day one to day two, and that's what you want to see. It can be really imposing coming from out of town and not really having like all of your fans in the stands. But they came back on day two and absolutely crushed this routine.
Oh, and the Flyers, we see you. We see your drama, theatrics that you're bringing, also the bases too. Everyone is dialed in. Yes, some bobbles, but honestly, overall, again, it's about resiliency. This was gorgeous.
Oh, beautiful needle.
And there, I'm enjoying that sort of hitch, kind of flip up motion that we're seeing. Again, just beautiful little surprises, showing off for the judges as you need to. And we always want to thank all the teams who are, of course, traveling to be here, including within our own province, but also, as mentioned, Freeze Athletics from Kamloops, BC. Up next, Boss Athletics from Regina. This is their Poise team, U16A Level 1. Athletics boys. My goodness, U16A level 1. Running off feeling really great about that, as they should. So many inversions in this routine, and I love what teams are doing with that straddle sit, right? There was a while where we weren't really seeing that stunt kind of used as much, and now they've just so many creative ways to use it.
Yeah, it's a very creative way to get kind of, because there's only so much you can do for an inversion into a stunt in level 1. So it is really awesome to see teams utilizing that as kind of, instead of, oh, let's just go to a prep, let's just go to a lip.
Exactly. Love this too. Again, anytime you start to move stunts, that's another degree of difficulty that you're adding in. And it's all so controlled. I know Holly said before, that's what we've been saying a lot about Boss Athletics. It's true, it's that control that's there. There is one more Boss Athletics team still to perform today. Lady Lux will be open all-girl level 5 towards the end of this session, and we are headed towards the end of the session. We're in the final hour here, less than an hour to go. Holly, where does the time go in these competitions? It's been so much fun. Prairie Fire cheerleading out of Saskatoon. This is Fever. They're open all-girl level 5 team. And the crowd goes wild, as they should. Prairie Fire out of Saskatoon, Fever. Woo! And I'm feeling it.
I am absolutely so proud of them. They had an amazing day 1, and they improved on day 2.
Certainly did. There were some moments in that routine yesterday that stood out just a little bit wobbly, but it was all solid. Look at this moment.
This moment here, I didn't notice it yesterday, but their music said that they put the sass in Saskatchewan.
I wrote that down, and they do. That's exactly what they do. By the way, every single flyer on this team is so powerful, and Holly knows that there's so much veteran experience on this team as well.
Yeah, there are some people who have been on there since this club started even. and it's just so amazing to see. I loved their baskets as well.
Yes.
In level 5, you can see the 2 skills in there, but you don't want your flyers to cut that height off, and they did an absolutely amazing job of riding it all the way to the top and then hitting those skills.
And that's why you start right with those straight ride baskets, so you get the feel for when to hit the top. Oh, and then the great dance sequence at the end. Those are the hands, by the way. Those are the hands that I can always see. Like, Holly's enjoying it. There you go. Prairie Fire getting another look at that routine that they just nailed. Now, Alberta Cheer Empire is next. It's their rain team. And if, yes, by all accounts, that should be the last Alberta Cheer Empire team that we're going to see here at Warman Cheer Classic 16. This is Rain, their U16B team, level 1. Alberta Cheer Empire Rain closing it out for this club from Edmonton, U16B level 1. Another solid performance. The strength that we see to deliver this much control in all the stunts, love it.
The thing that I love about how many level 1 teams they have from Alberta Cheer Empire here this weekend, it just goes to show how they're building out their program. Because at the end of the day, if you're level 1 athletes, if you aren't able to fill those teams out, you don't really have anything feeding into your world's teams as they kind of age and progress throughout the sport.
And it's wonderful to see, right? It's that understanding of the basics, the foundations. Just keep adding to it. It was wonderful. Great performance again from Alberta Cheer Empire Rain. Up next, we'll have Rebels Cheerleading Athletics out of Regina. This is the final Rebels team of the 16th annual Warman Cheer Classic. This is Smoke.
This is Smoke, but
This is
it
Smoke.
Also the defending world champions.
Yes, again, teams from Saskatchewan have gone to Worlds. They have not won the way that Smoke did last year. This is their open all-girl level 5 team.
In their shiny brand new Day 2 uniforms.
That's right, they had a different look yesterday. Cheerleading athletics smoke. They smoked that. It was beautiful. It was so good. Again, yesterday, incredible routine, but there were some kind of just not as polished moments, right? And today they just came out all connected, like one mind.
Yeah, no, they had cleaned up a few things. They still had one group that wasn't going. Again, not too sure what's going on there. But these guys already have a paid bid. And so this is kind of just that extra practice, just those extra runs under the lights, in front of a crowd, just warming up to kind of get there in Orlando next month.
Next month, that's the other thing. This is coming up so soon for these teams. Love this. By the way, just kind of cut off her little solo moment, delivering the drama. Stood out to me. Loved it so much. Again, it's hard not to enjoy what you see when you're talking about like higher level teams, but again, you still have to execute those risky skills, and the dance, everything has to be just dialed up a notch, and it always is with Smoke. Northern Cheerleading All-Stars is up next. It's Whiteout. Again, this will be the last team we see from Northern Cheerleading All-Stars this competition, U16B Level 1. Northern Cheerleading All-Stars have been an absolute treat to watch. Every single team from this club out of Fort McMurray. Whiteout, U16B, this is their level 1 team. Oh, it was so much fun.
You said it, absolutely so much fun. And throughout the entire weekend, the club as a whole, I have not been disappointed watching them at all.
It's been so great. Again, you can just see there's going to be so much growth after coming to a competition like this, growing and seeing what you can bring. And again, what's working, right? My goodness, those backbends were really good.
Love the attitude.
Here's a nice pyramid moment. Again, level 1, right? Seems so much variety. Certainly gets you inspired to start creating for the next year. And we do have a very quick programming note. We're into the final 5 routines of the session of the day of the competition. We are going to see Alberta Cheer Empire Notorious. They're Copen. I said it again, Copen. Open co-ed non-tumbling team level 7.0. Now that was the team that didn't quite get a chance to finish their routine due to an injury. So they are going to now filter in at the very end. They will be our final routine, our sixth and final routine from this point. But first, we have Vision Cheer Company Paradigm. Open all-girl level 5. Vision Cheer Company Paradigm. Oh, that was so much fun. Vision Cheer out of Winnipeg, Manitoba.
They had a much better run today, and I knew that would likely be the case. Yesterday, when they kind of had some bobbles in their pyramid, you could see in their faces, they're like, come on, we hit this every time. And they've actually come back today and just wowed me even more. Because the one piece, and we'll see it in the replay hopefully, of the pyramid that didn't go is so visually appealing to look at.
Yes.
I'm so glad we got to see that today.
Just like those lines for the jumps, by the way. I always like, if you're going to line up that way, you need to make it so clear and we can see the rows beautifully. Here's another moment there. And again, also their tumbling timing I found was a lot tighter today. Very nice moment. Oh, could not look away, this routine. Absolutely wonderful. And now we have another team from Winnipeg. This is Central Cheer, their Supreme Cats U16B Level 1. The final team from Central to take the main stage here at Warman Cheer Classic. Fantastic routine from Central Cheer Supreme Cats. U16B, level 1.
You can tell walking off they were happy with that, and they should be.
Again, we know Central Cheer loves their clean lines. They do it in their tumbling. Nice setups. You know, there's a nice sort of cohesiveness, right, between all their teams.
Yes, definitely. You can see that they have like that consistency from their littles all the way up to their world's teams. And that just speaks volumes about the culture that they have working in that gym.
Oh, so fun. That moment's great. Again, the arabesques, you're always looking for that nice full extension all the way from it's the whole leg, right, engaging. It's so nice to see. And there's the moment at the very end. Okay, we are into the final 4 routines of Session 8, the final session here at Warman Cheer Classic. And we are ready to roll into the next one. Again, everything moving along at a really good pace today. Very impressive to keep a competition of this magnitude on point and running so smoothly. A testament to the volunteers, coordinators. Leslie, we know you, we love you, thank you for everything. Boss Athletics now taking the stage. Lady Lux, open all-girl level 5. Boss Athletics from Regina, Lady Lux. I believe they're also in a day 2 look here. Open all-girl level 5.
Yeah, no, day 1 to day 2, a little bit more struggle on day 2, but honestly, they already have an at-large bid to go to Worlds, and these are the competitions that you want to kind of get these runs out at. You don't want this to happen at Worlds, and this is the kind of stuff that builds resilience. You want this kind of stuff, if it is going to happen at home in front of your fans, and then you go to Orlando and you just kick butt.
Exactly. Again, that's happening in about a month's time. It's all coming up so soon. So these teams are going to keep pushing, but also It is a weird mix as you start to approach some of those massive competitions because you want to go hard, but you also need to maintain yourself, your health, the integrity of your team. It's a delicate balance, but really, again, what a treat to get to see these teams perform and and have wonderful performances and routines. Okay, into the final 3 routines we go. Premier Academy Fort McMurray Solstice, their U18 Level 1 team. Premier Academy Fort McMurray has so much to be proud of this weekend, including that great routine from their Solstice team U18 Level 1. We have been treated to so many Level 1 routines across all ages, and what a great way to close out that level here at Warman Cheer Classic.
Yeah, I've said it about a couple other clubs, and I'm going to say it about Premier. I don't know what they have in the water out there, but they have produced some such phenomenal routines across all ages, all levels. I've just loved watching them all weekend.
You know what I love too? U18, all right, and Level 1. Just because you have a U18 team does not mean you need to push them into some other higher level just because, right? Work at what you're good at, and wow, shine like they just did. All right, here we go. The hometown Warman Ultimate Cheerleading Harry Doe. It's their U18 all-girl Level 5, and I believe they're making their way to Worlds as well.
Yep, the youngest team from Saskatchewan to ever win a bid to go.
Wow, youngest team from Saskatchewan. Well, we wish them all the best, and we're certainly in for a treat yet again today. hometown team shutting it down here. Warman Ultimate Cheerleading Peridot. It's U18 all-girl level 5, as Holly was saying, the youngest Saskatchewan team to get that bid to Worlds.
That's the thing, is they're in the same level as a lot of the Worlds teams we've watched already so far, but these guys are only 14 to 18. That is the age category. The other ones are all open, where it's open-ended to what they can be aged to. So these girls can hang with some of those teams where they have had athletes that are that have been cheerleading longer than some of these girls have been alive.
So for those young cheerleaders who are here today, this is, to me, this is your inspiration, right? You know you've got the skills. You're already building it, some of them as young as 5 years old. You could build to this with that persistency, that dedication, and wow, Peridot just sparkling over here in Warman. I know you said it about a number of places, what's in the water. Well, what is in the water in Warman? I want to know. I mean, the cheer community here, we know it's been built up, and it's bolstered, of course, by events like the Warman Cheer Classic. We are not done yet, all right? We have one more to go. It is Alberta Cheer Empire Notorious, the open co-ed non-tumbling level 7.0. This was the team that unfortunately couldn't finish earlier on in the session due to an injury, so they will be regrouping, coming back, and the lights are, or not the lights rather, the music is dropping down. I believe we should be getting started in a bit, but first, while I have some time, just want to give a big thank you again to the AccessNow sports crew on camera: Andrew Cottrell, Caden Mallory, Steven Schneider, broadcast tech and audio Jake Liu, replay Patrick Palmer, director and producer Spencer Burridge. Big thank you to that entire crew. It's been so wonderful working with you this weekend, and again, it has been the whole weekend. They are going to be here longer than Holly and I will be, as they will tear everything down, take it all out. And by the way, one of the camera operators is on a massive scissor lift. That is how they're getting the shots of the stage. So kudos to them. They're all very brave, not afraid of heights, of course. And again, Holly, it's been such an honor to call this with you. It's been so much fun.
Likewise, I've had so much fun doing this all weekend with you.
Again, all weekend. I know we say it a lot, but it's a lot. Like, we're talking about, I did a quick little tally, more than 300 routines. Sure, some of those were the same routine we got to see twice, but more than 300 packed into 3 days. There he is, Andrew, sitting atop the scissor lift. He wasn't the only one up there. Caden was up there too. Hello. You did not expect to be on television today, but you are. So great to see. Again, Spencer is really kind of the brains behind this whole operation, and he has seen a lot of cheerleading. He's one of those guys that kind of knows everything about every sport because he had to learn really quickly. You know, it's like anything when you get into broadcasting. Sometimes you think the thing you need to be focused on is what you need to be focused on, but now you suddenly get, no, this is where you got to pull out, show the whole team doing their tumbling in timing all together, and we appreciate the experience and the level of professionalism that they all bring. Okay, we are just winding down again. This is typically when things would have wrapped up. However, we do have one more team we're so excited to see. Alberta Cheer Empire, again from Edmonton. 2,500 athletes, 5 provinces. A big difference from where you came up competing in the Warman Cheer Classic. That was in a high school gym, as you said.
Yeah, it was in a high school gym, and maybe 20 teams when we first started. A lot of it was high schools. It started well before a lot of the all-star teams started coming.
Yes.
So to think of it back then to now is just absolutely crazy. And I mean, I love it. It's also great for the teams here because you don't have to travel to get that really big competition vibe. You can have people come here and compete against them in your level, which is so awesome.
Yeah, we know that that can be a barrier, right, for some clubs or just some athletes themselves being able to get that kind of world-class experience. Well, you're getting it here, including bids to Worlds, partial bids to Worlds. We know a couple teams who maybe already kind of know that they might be on that track. We heard some applause and some excitement. We also know of some teams that for sure hit 0 2 days in a row. Congratulations to you again, hitting 0, Holly.
That's the ultimate goal. That's what you're after.
That is 0 deductions. It means you've done your absolute best, and what you've put forward is what the judges get to score and not take anything away from, right? You want to earn all your points and not see any of them taken away. All right, as mentioned, we're just winding down. I did love that crowd shot that we had to look at because it is really full. From what we can see at the back of the building here inside the Warman Home Center Communiplex, It is a really full crowd. Of course, it's supposed to be because award session will be next. And so that will be, I guess, a lot of the open clubs, of course, will be judged, the level 6 and 7s. And here we go. The final routine of the 16th annual Warman Cheer Classic. Alberta Cheer Empire Notorious getting a great pop from the crowd. Well deserved. They're coming out after facing some adversity earlier on. Open co-ed, non-tumbling, level 7. Yes, 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 that's what you do when you face adversity and you're able to regroup and come out so strong. That was definitely the best version of that routine yet.
So proud of the way that they were able to regroup. I'm pretty sure the flyer that did get injured in the first one came back, so nothing too serious, which is always good to see. But to be able to come back and absolutely smash the routine after maybe even having in the back of your mind like, oh, maybe what if it happens again?
Yes, of course.
But they came out here and put on a clinic in 7.
So much fun. A really great way to close things out. Again, that's Alberta Cheer Empire Notorious from Edmonton. Their open co-ed, non-tumbling level 7. I have chills. What a great way to cap the 16th annual Warman Cheer Classic. And again, everyone in this building rooting for them because we've all been there, right? We've all been in those moments where something didn't go as planned in your routine. And in their case, coming back out, it can be definitely a benefit. It can also sometimes not be, right? Because they were supposed to go fairly early on in this session and they've just been waiting. So again, the experience, of course, shining through. Holly, that is it. We are all done after 3 amazing days. What are your takeaways from this?
I just love it so much. Every time I come back and do this, I'm just like, maybe I should, I mean, my cheer shoes are in my car right now. Maybe I should just come out of retirement. But no, this whole competition, the takeaways from it is just, you see the passion, you see the love, you see the community. Even some of the out-of-town teams getting cheered on by some of the home teams here. That's what I love about cheerleading, and I love to see it just grow year over year.
It is one of the greatest things about this sport is that everyone is very competitive. They all came here with many different goals, whether that was to beat the score sheet, whether it was that to hit 0, or perhaps it was to get that at-large world bid or a paid partial world bid. All of that. we just want to congratulate everyone for showing up here, giving their absolute best, making Saskatchewan, Manitoba, Ontario, BC, and Alberta very, very proud. Again, 5 provinces represented throughout the weekend, more than 2,500 athletes, more than 300 routines. Again, a big thank you to the viewers as well who tuned in to the live stream. Starting at the beginning of today, we had more than 10,000 views across 3 countries. I'm sure that has grown even more. We want to thank you, though, for making the most of this. We want to thank, again, the AccessNow sports crew. So on behalf of Holly Warniak and myself and everyone here, I'm Daniela Ponticelli signing off from the 16th Annual Warman Cheer Classic.